Pleasure of welcoming Alper and the rest of Axiom 3 on the space station. And even though Alper and the rest of the crew were very focused on their mission, you know, I've got to say we also had a terrific time together. It was certainly one of the highlights of my time in space was the time I got to spend with Axiom 3. It was a lot of fun, and I think that's part of the experience as well. You are up there with this small group of people that you form very strong bonds with, and you know, we're a cross section of humanity up there, working together towards the same goals, and it's just a terrific experience.
And it talks as well to the mix of professional government astronaut and commercial professional astronauts, and this works really well, correct?
Certainly. I mean, yeah, we got a tremendous amount of science and technology development done during the mission, and managed at the same time to have a lot of fun together, I think.
That's right, indeed. And I would like to thank him also for his hospitality, him and his crew over there. By chance, in this 25 years long legacy of ISS, the time when we arrived there, it was the combination of most number of nations and most number of different languages on ISS in this 25 years long work period. And another amazing thing about this combination is that, as Drew also said, we are getting the chance to be able to train with our own crew as well as some other crew during the NASA training phase. However, we never got the chance to be able to train with Andy and his team, our Russian friends as well. But even though we had no common training background, we immediately found a perfect harmony of cooperation as soon as we arrived there. I think that's another beauty of being up there in the ISS.
So did you bring any Turkish food?
Yes, I did,
Okay,
of
we'll
course.
get back to that because I still have serious questions. And one of them is for you, my friend. Because of your return to Earth, which was quite rocky and dangerous, what do you think as space opens up to more people, to more diverse type of people? Not everybody will be professional or sign their lives to serve a space agency on a spacecraft. What do you think these dangers will be overcome? What will happen?
Yeah, a lot of people have asked me, do you really want to go back? Because even if you made that huge accident and had a hard time on the way back. But I always said yes without having any hesitation because I trust all the people who did their best to make our flight as safe as possible. I don't think we can fly because we are really brave or encouraged. We can fly only because we trust the people who devoted whole their lives to make these things happen. I can see their shiny eyes every day when I had a training and when I had a fit check, when I had a Soyuz check, and then every day. They just always ask us, what do you think, which is the uncomfortable, how we can do better. And still I remember when I became a primary crew, even if I was a backup crew, so I made Russian people just so busy because in a month they should change the one crew and all the things. And then one of the Roscosmos guy who became a best friend of mine in GCTC, he came to me.
What's his name?
I cannot remember actually. Sorry about that.
Oh,
because
sorry.
hundred of Sergeys. They always ask me, "Kakoi Sergey?"
Kakoi. Which
Kakoi
one?
Yuri.
Which one?
Yeah, which one? So he told me like, you know what, Soyeon, even if I should walk all over the night, sometimes whole night, I'm so happy to walk because you will fly. Yeah. So that's the energy we can have to fly. And being dangerous on the way back, of course, I'm lucky enough. We beat the several second and we didn't be killed. But in the same time, if they cannot make it safe enough, not because they didn't want to do it, but because that is their best. And I trust. And in the same time, no matter how dangerous things happen, as you can see, I'm healthy enough. And I survive. It means that system is reliable. That system is, no matter what things, unexpected things happen, they made it happen.
So we will be able to send general public
Of course,
eventually.
Of course. So sometimes I feel so sorry for you guys. Because you are all qualified, I believe, right? Yeah, once you have a more than year training, of course, learning Russian is a little bit harder. Yeah, but learning English also hard as a Korean. But we can, and then people like Koichi and Drew is making that kind of way with the VAS and Axiom, and then we all cross finger to make the price more affordable. Then I will buy the ticket with my husband. I've never been in Hawaii. Whenever I told, I've never been in Hawaii, let's go Hawaii. And then he always told me, I've never been in space, let's go space. Yeah, so I trust them. They will make it happen. Yeah.
But let me swing the question to Drew, because we lost 2 out of 5 space shuttle, and we lived through the second mishap on Columbia on the 1st of February, 2003. What do you think?
What do I think about
the dangers of
safety and the
spaceflight?
danger and the risk? Spaceflight is not without risk. There's no doubt what we do. We've lost, several crews over the years, not just us, but the Russians have lost crews. And that will likely happen again. Like, space is a dangerous place for us. We were born on Earth, and this is our home, and traveling out to space has its challenges. But 25 years since the first human launch with Yuri Gagarin, right? We've learned on every flight how to make the systems better, how to make them safer. We know what works in space now. The key is for us to be diligent and always have safety on our minds and not allow those standards to slip. And I know that Axiom and the others and ourselves as well, we start with safety and we start with reliability because, the first and foremost is protecting the lives of the crew. Secondly, if we're not successful and the missions aren't safe, there's no point in us even trying to promote this business because we'll never go to space. We have to be safe to be successful. That's the only way that it works, to provide opportunities for humans to go to space. But there will always be some risk.
Gravity is relentless and unforgiving, and it will always be here. So we are just getting better and better and more stringent and more good at what we do, and that will improve so that it can be open to more people.
Yeah,
So,
when Julie talked about that thing, that reminds me of the time I took the Uber here. Because whenever I hop on the Uber drivers tell me, seatbelt. I do. But we all know that 10 years ago, seatbelt was not in a car. And then many of the people was killed. And then we learned from that. And then we made a seatbelt, and we saved a lot of people. So that's the kind of sequence. So as far as we learn from their sacrifice and make it safer, I don't think their death is meaningless. It is very, very meaningless to make us fly more. So we cannot take a time machine to go back to save everybody. It's just already happened. But how we can make their sacrifice meaningful is our homework, I think. So make rocket more safer And Russian peoples learned from my ballistic reentry. They did the space walk not to make same accident to the next Soyuz 12. So that's how we can make it better, I think.
All right,
I can talk about.
Yes, please go ahead.
As far as the safety, I think I all agree with what everybody was saying. But 25 years of human presence on board the space station gave us a lot of insight and knowledge about safety. Of course, safety is number one in human space flight, but also it's the most expensive part of human space flight to guarantee safety. But thanks to the great experience of the past space programs on both the United States and Russia, former Soviet Union, and also especially on the ISS, we learned how to make space flight safe and then how to do it more efficiently. And with the commercial companies like VAST and Axiom and other SpaceX, and those companies are, I think, leveraging the experience that we have gained through the ISS program, how to operate the system safe. And that's a great lesson that we learned. But when you look at the Earth from space, I see it's like a spaceship Earth. Whenever we have a toilet broken, we have to fix it quickly because it's very critical. If we do not have an oxygen generator, if we don't have a CO2 removal system failure, we have to fix it right away. Spaceship is very critical for those systems to save us. But when you look at the Earth, we have a beautiful CO2 removal system and auto generator called the forests. And then you can see this kind of devastation of this nation. So if you see that problem on the station of the environmental control and life support system, I see similar issues happening on this home planet. And you can not see the urgency by just looking at the beautiful home planet, but it's a very small planet. We go around the Earth 16 times a day, and if you stay there for 6 months, we go around the Earth 3,000 of times. So I'm from a small country, Japan, but this planet is very small. As Ju said, I totally agree. This is so fragile to me. We have to protect this environment, our home planet, but you can really feel it if you live on board the station and you fix all the toilets all the time, how important this thing is, life support system is. So we learned a lot from safety perspective of how to fly humans safely to space, but at the same time, I think for the safety of the Earth, we are learning a lot by sending humans to space.
Andy.
Well, I was just going to say,
Absolutely true.
if my colleagues up here are calling Korea and Japan small countries, then I don't know what to call my home country, Denmark.
I have, often when people talk about Earth and what it looks like, to me, one of the best part of the experience on spaceflight is looking down at our planet. It is absolutely magnificent, and there is no small country because you don't see the borders. So it's all the continents together, the oceans, the blues, the white. I call Earth like a blue marble on the backdrop of darkness, like you said, Drew. But inside the spacecraft, though, we are so focused on keeping that spacecraft in good order because it's the only thing that makes us alive in space compared to the vacuum of this harsh environment. And one of the things is that there's air circulation because that's how we can breathe new oxygen and move up the carbon dioxide that we expel. And that circulation is done by cabin fans, and they make quite a lot of noise, kind of a humming in the back. And if for some reason you lose something, because there's such important air circulation, it's like if I have a pen and I didn't put it on a Velcro properly and I've lost it, then I have to go to the cabin fan filter to find it. That's where the lost and found is. And I won't tell you what we find in there. However, the one thing we are absolutely terrified about is not to hear that humming sound. Because if we lose the air, if there's a fire or if there's toxic emanation, we will have to evacuate the station, most probably, or certainly have to do very quick emergency procedure because that air is all we have to keep alive. And that is exactly what you said, Koichi. Thank you, about our planet. It might be big, and there's 8 billion of us, but that air is our most precious commodity. with water. Okay, I have another question. Maybe someone will volunteer for this one. Of course, ISS is a scientific laboratory, and you've all seen the picture. It's got a lot of things in there. Cables and cameras and scientific equipment and operational equipment and robotics workstation and spacesuit and so on. But it's also a home, and we have long-duration crew member and people who have been recently on space station. What does it take to make that place feel like home when you're there for a long time?
I mean, first of all, I think your crewmates, right? It's about creating almost a family, right? You travel up together, you spend 6 months together, and really your crewmates can make or break a mission. The closer you are, the better you work together, and the more you enjoy each other's company, the better time you'll have. We had a absolutely terrific crew on Expedition 70, and it just made every day so much fun, really. I mean, we had humor, and we got along together, and then when Axiom 3 came up, you know, they fitted straight into the mission, and it was just a pleasure every single day, and that, I think, is key. If you have a good group of people that you enjoy spending time with, then you can make anything almost feel like home.
I agree. Drew, do you?
Koichi's probably got something better to say, but I think it's personalization. You know, for me, it was about putting photos of my family in my crew sleeping quarters, and so that sort of gave me that familiarity of the connection. So my theory is that when astronauts are in space, they want to be home on Earth, and when they're on Earth, they want to be up in space. So to me, it was about like making the connection back to Earth. And there is a bit of a dissonance from when you're in space and you think about there's 7 billion people on Earth and you're one of 6 or 10 or 12 of humans that are orbiting the planet at the time. And it does disconnect you from the planet. You feel like you're up here and everybody's down there. Do they even know? Most people don't even know that humans are, I mean, many people don't know that humans are even living in space. And if you start to let that get to you, it can really be isolating. And especially, you know, on some missions, the Earth can start telling stories about the humans in space through news articles and things like that. And that actually, it makes the crew stronger, but it creates a greater disconnection with like the entire planet that you're looking at and trying to represent in space. So there's a lot of challenges. The crew's really important, but the connection, and that's why email and video conferences and all those things that we didn't used to have and we have now are really critical, so you can keep talking.
It just reminds me, we mentioned caves a little bit earlier, and Drew and I were on caves together, and of course, one of the important things on a mission like that is that you learn from more experienced crew members. And actually, I remember one thing that Drew told me was that, you know, in space, do the same things that you do on Earth in order to have that same daily routine and make it a home. You know, so you said if you shave every single day on Earth, shave every single day in space, because then you start, you know, you get that same structure to your routine, and then you make space more like home.
And perhaps that is one of the most important and yet ordinary legacy of the ISS, is to teach us how to deal with this so that when we go further and on really long duration mission like Mars one day, then we will literally gain from that experience to do it properly. Alper, what did you miss from the ground? Any everyday thing that you missed while you were up there for 21 days?
I didn't go there to miss something. The
We
ISS,
like being in space.
the ISS has such a great potential to feel like home, to feel like work. You know, it's the most extraordinary place that you can ever be. And even if not, just try to keep the things simple in life. Do not try to compare every new things with the things that you are used to in life. When you go this way, you are always looking for the luxury that you have back home. But if you just take it as it is, it's such a place that you wake up and you reach your work in 1 minute. Like workplace and home in the same platform, plus it's giving you the best view of the world. It's such a flying, amazing office that you can't stop yourself living. So when you try to focus on the new positive things and this new experience, you don't need to strive for, and you don't need to put extra effort to get used to or to make it feel like home. So by the nature, it's a great place.
It is. Would you?
Okay, what makes us feel at home is, I think, food.
Yes.
I all agree with everybody said. Crewmate is the most important part, and the communication with our ground controllers, family, and friends. Connection is very good, important. I think it's going to be tough when we go to Mars because communication takes maybe up to 20 minutes. So maybe we cannot communicate conversationally. You have to make a video recording or texting. But the food is very important because that separates us from AI and robotics. Probably a lot of things that we do in space can be better done by robotics or automation, but we can do a lot of things that's only human can do. And in order for us to function at the maximum capacity, I think to enjoy the food. And I really felt at home when I had white rice with miso soup in space. And I flew about several months after Soyeon flew. And somehow, I don't know, intentionally or unintentionally, she left a very tasty Korean ramen on board the space station. I had a chance to eat it. And whenever you feel and eat something that you really love, really, makes me boosted. And then I try to do all my best with this energy that I just acquired from this food. So food is great. And then if you have many countries participants, that means we have great food from the United States, Russia, Korea, Denmark, Turkey, and so the more the merrier the food variety is. And I think that is a great time to spend time together to even solidify the camaraderie among the crew members. So food is very important, and that separates us from robotics.
So now you guys can think about your best food story, but before, I have to say that when we arrived in space on STS-127, Koichi had been there for several months already. He was coming back with us on the shuttle. So I was very much looking forward to taste some Japanese space food. But what happens in space is that the best space food somehow is consumed early. Everybody wants a piece of it. So by the time we arrived on 27, you didn't have any more Japanese space food. Oh, well, I'll taste it on Earth.
The ramen, give the credit to the Garrett. Because whenever I try to open the ramen, Garrett stopped me. And then, Soyeon, you will go down in several days. I should be stuck here several more months. So leave the ramen for me. Maybe he saved for the later and later and then left over for you, I think. And I totally agree with Andy because ritual is really important. That's because I brought my journal. Because I wrote a journal every night before go to bed to reflect my day and plan for the tomorrow. Even here, I brought my journal. And wherever I go, I bring my journal and then write something. That's my ritual. And also food to make home, because whenever you feel tired or stressful, you always have your own specific food to crave, right? Yeah. My case is whenever I feel tired and a little bit depressed, I always craving some hot and spicy soup, like a ramen. Yeah.
All right.
Add more pepper. Yeah.
Which is liquid, by the way, because if you can't sprinkle pepper on anything,
no,
all will go flying in the cabin. If you take a deep breath, you will inhale it.
Yeah, right. And then several days ago, when I watched the space station video, I saw that Johnny Kim make the rice and put something on top and then made the sushi. That's how Koreans eat in space, because we cannot live without rice. Yeah, so having rice there is to make that place home.
That's right.
Andy?
Well, I was just going to say, it's funny how things like food can very quickly lead to conflict among crews as well. And exactly this question about eating the good food first, it's so important to agree with your crewmates. Do you eat the good food first, or do you save the good food for last? Because if you have different strategies, right, the people who save the good food for last won't have any of the good food.
Albert, did you have a problem with Turkish food or any food while you were up there? He's a resilient
Not really.
guy.
I mean, the food laboratories are already giving us the chance to be able to choose what we would prefer to consume over there. So it was already a prepared package, and they provide us quite a big variety of different foods. And plus, more than the foods that you eat, it's important to eat it with good friends over there. So the environment is also putting extra pleasure, extra taste in it. So I don't really have a big problem with that.
All
Thank you.
right, Drew, any...
I've
go,
gotta
Andy.
Sorry, I got to share one story
Yes.
from our mission. So we had one crew member who almost survived on peanut butter. Peanut butter was like the
Now
staple.
we know
of-
name. We want names.
And the day that Alper and the rest of the Axiom 3 crew were leaving, Mike LA, they had a 48-hour return, right? It's the longest return to Earth ever. 48 hours they had to sit in Dragon before landing. And so Mike LA, the commander of Axiom 3, comes to our crew and says, "Can I have some of your peanut butter to bring on this 48-hour trip?" And of course, we said yes, but I could tell from some of the other crew members that we were not happy about giving up peanut butter. But then he forgot it on the space station. So after they had undocked, he calls back and he says, "Yeah, I think you'll find some peanut butter in the airlock," and he'd forgotten it. And Mission Control picked up on it, and there's like, and the story was, Mike LA and the Axiom 3 crew were so generous, they brought up and left peanut butter for the expedition crew.
All right. Unless you want to say something else, Drew, we have questions from the audience, and because we have a few 10 minutes left, I thought I would pick and choose some of those questions. Let's see. Very interesting question. What is the most important thing to accomplish with the time left with ISS? And I have a corollary. Anybody would like to take that one?
Well, I would say, we've worked incredibly hard to build ISS to its current size and capabilities, and the ISS really is humming now. We've also learned a lot about how to make the operations more effective and efficient, and I really hope we take these last remaining 5 or so years to get the maximum utilization out of ISS. I mean, we really owe it to the investment and the 25 years that we've put into it to really ramp up the utilization and wring out every last bit of science and technology development that we can do. Also, because we want to set up the commercial companies like VAST and Axiom up for success on their future space stations. So we need to keep in my opinion, the science community working at high pace so that they can quickly transition to the coming commercial space stations.
I totally agree. There are so many precious experiments on board the space station, and they're beautiful assets. We have not used it 100%, so it's only 4 or 5 years left. And this transition phase from the ISS to the commercial station is very critical. We should utilize everything that we have on board the space station, 100%, as Andy said, to utilize.
Which the corollary is a question I got from a friend of mine. If we had a magic wand and we could take away all the technical issues that come with doing what I'm going to say, what should we do with ISS? Should we really decommission it and deorbit it and it's lost forever? Or should we boost it further away so that it becomes a space museum or something?
My personal opinion is I really want it be there. If there's some problem, we can fix it. If we need more room to add up. So the reason why is when I went to the GCTC, I realized that some part of the locker room, they still have a Yuri Gagarin's locker over there. And I put something name on it. And some of the customers are bragging me like his locker is right next to the Yuri Gagarin's. Even if it's not functionally really good or it's worth it to over there or occupy over there, but that wake all the cosmonauts up every single moment when they see that locker. and then they remember their initial thought, and they remember about all the safety and missions and science and everything, because what the legacy we have kind of thing. So if I have a magic wand and then just leave ISS over there and then we just add up more, remodel more, and then keep remember what we did, keep remember what we missed, and keep remember what really, really want to do with that, and that would be the really amazing.
All right, another question from the audience. They're really all good, so maybe we have 3 more hours, right? There are a lot of challenges to get humans to Mars. If you had to pick one, the most complicated challenge, say other than the communication delay, which one would it be?
Personally, I think it's, technically speaking, it's a life support system. I mentioned this environmental control and life support system. We have limited resources of gas and water. And when you send the humans to Mars, it's not only humans, but you have to send the resources that includes food and water. And unless you have 100%, close to 100% the recycle of those gaseous or liquid, resources that we have, it's going to be very difficult. And the system, as we have this beautiful home planet, we need to have this very reliable life support system. So this is something that we have to have. 100% reliable system, and that's what we are testing on board the space station every day. That's why, in order for us to continue to explore the universe to beyond low Earth orbit, the low Earth orbit space station is very critical, no matter what we do in the future.
And Drew probably solve also our problem with landing anything on that planet?
Yeah, well, there's a few challenges, but the first thing that comes to my mind for a trip to Mars is speed. Like, we have to solve the speed problem, the ability to get there much quicker than we can right now with chemical rockets. So we will need to see, I think, a paradigm shift to nuclear electric type of rockets where we can accelerate halfway there and decelerate the other half of the way so we get there much faster. It reduces our reliability and need for some of the ECLS systems, but also radiation exposure is a big deal, we know, and so anything we can do to get there quicker, and ultimately we'll need that because the refueling problem with chemical rockets, it's just not going to be the solution for the long term to go anywhere really farther than the moon. We can probably do the Mars mission, but it's going to be challenging.
Thank you. This is a popular question, so I'll ask it. If you could change one thing about the station to make life easier, what would it be? It's kind of a hard question, isn't it? It is. Not much.
More windows.
Yes.
More windows.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I didn't have a cupola during my flight, yeah.
All right, so looking back down at the Earth, which was going to be a problem and a challenge going to Mars because there's not going to be much of a view. It's like diving in a submarine somehow. Now, all of you, think about it. You're being sent on a really long voyage in space with little view, and you are allowed one personal thing. What do you bring?
Something with a lot of music on it.
Yes, an iPod. You guys remember what an iPod is? No, okay.
I don't think it's so much, or at least for me, it's not so much what you bring, but it's a question of keeping busy, right? I spent on my last mission almost 200 days in space, and that sounds like a long time, but time went so quickly. And the reason it felt like time went quickly is because we're so busy every single day. We get up in the morning, and Mission Control has prepared a schedule for the entire day, usually from 7:30 in the morning to 7:30 in the evening, and you're just working constantly. And so Friday nights, we would have dinner together, and we'd look at each other, and we'd ask, what happened to this week? It feels like we just got up Monday morning, and now the week's already gone. So I think if you can keep busy, either we get a new type of propulsion system that shortens the journey, or if we use chemical rockets and it's a 6 or 8 month journey, we have to find a way to keep the astronauts busy every single day, because otherwise it's going to be a long trip.
Right. Koichi?
If I may.
Food?
Oh, no. I don't know if it's allowed or not, but the internet, because we cannot. So everything that we do on board the space station is per instruction, and you can have all kinds of knowledge through internet, and then procedures, even how to cook. So I think it's very, for me, if there's a luxury to bring something, that is the internet. I hope it's going to be allowed.
So, yeah.
I assume I will fly with the Drew, so I already have a music, and I already have
Internet.
internet. Then maybe I would
And
bring
a deck
the,
of cards.
Oh yeah, and then I would love to bring the hot sauce because I still remember when we had a commander transition from the Peggy Wilson to the Sergei Volkov, and Peggy bring the bouquet of the hot sauce and then make the ribbon, and then give it to the Sergei. This is my precious hot sauce for you to survive next 6 months in space station. So those hot and spicy kind of spice might make me less boring and then feel like home.
Absolutely. Alpa?
More recording capability with new state-of-art gadgets, because that's one of the problems that we cannot really record and transfer it as much as we want. So I wish there could be a better and faster way to be able to do that.
I think this is a question that I would like to even hear from you guys. If you have a chance to input to IAF and IAC, let us know what you would bring if you could only bring one personal item to a long-duration mission. Of course, it's not going to be the case, hopefully, but it is an interesting question for us all. Time is running out for this panel, and there was one last question which I'd like to read, but I'm not sure we can have time to discuss, but this says, does seeing Earth without borders change your perspective on world events? If you allow me, I'd like to just say that it didn't change perspective on world events, but it did light opinion on the importance of trying to find common grounds, common goal, get along, sometimes give in, sometimes try again and again. The importance, absolute importance of respect, integrity, diplomacy, the importance also of saying, hey, I'm not always right, and it's not, and that, by the way, Koichi, we are so similar astronauts at times that you took my saying of if we choose to go alone, we might go fast, but if we go together, we go further. So personally, I would say it is events like IAC, it's the 25 years of human presence on board the ISS that show us that international collaboration works. It brings benefit, tangible benefit. It has exceptional advantages and added value, and we should convince ourselves that it's the case, continue to strive to work together, and not let, yes, world events change our goal to go at it. We are one species, and as it is as one species that we will walk on Mars one day. Ad Astra. Thank you so much.
Welcome everyone and welcome to this session called Beyond Birth, Public Engagement Strategies for a Space-Ready Society. Please help me in welcoming Stan Crow, Board Chair of the World Space Week Association.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the IAC for the opportunity to be here today with my very distinguished colleagues for what I hope will be an interesting conversation around engagement in space. This week has so many great activities going on, and we are at the conclusion of one event and just the beginning of the next. And what we'll talk about in a little bit, and you'll see a video in just a moment about World Space Week. I'll say a little bit more about what that is. But the broader theme of all of this is how to engage and inspire everyone across the world in relationship to space. And so that the amazing things that we see from an engineering standpoint and a business standpoint and culturally, and the benefits of collaboration and working together for humanity, all of those come from an exciting foundation around space. So with that, I think we'll start with a short video. Then we'll introduce our colleagues here and we'll start a discussion. Thank you. Well, that's inspiring every time I see it. And just so you see the dates, the 4th through the 10th of October, so just beginning, those dates were established by the United Nations General Assembly in 1999. And the two dates, the 4th and the 10th, are not just an arbitrary week. They both have significance. The 4th is the anniversary of the launch of the first artificial step by humans into space, the Sputnik. And the second, the 10th, was the date of the signing of the Foundational Outer Space Treaty, which sets forth very aspirational and foundational objectives and agreements among the nations for how we will use space and how we will use it peacefully. So it's a great sort of framing for what we have done and where we hope to be going. And it's every year during this time. So with this, I will turn to my colleagues and I'll ask each of them just briefly to introduce themselves, and I'll have a question to go along with that introduction. I am going to first off start with one apology and a correction. My colleague Atsushi, you see his photograph correctly, but unfortunately the name did not get updated, and that due to my oversight. But with that, why don't we just start with Atsushi, and then we can go down and I'll ask each of my colleagues to briefly provide a little background of themselves, and then also to share just one thing that excites them about space. Please, Atsushi.
I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Atsushi Takara. Apparently, I'm not look like Jacob. That's okay. I'm from the business side, a company based in Tokyo called Space Data. We've been creating the International Space Station digital twin model, which is an exact the digital model, like full scale, and including the environmental thing. So you can simulate a lot of things and gaming on the digital twin. And so I'm very excited to share what we have done, and also how I strongly believe the power of the space for the future generations. And my excitement about space is I have one daughter who is 5 years now, and by the time she gets like 20s or 18s, I'd like to create a world where the people who can choose to go to space easily. So I'd like to make such world. So that's my vision and excitement.
Thank you. Candace.
That is so wonderful that you're doing this digital twin. I just absolutely love it. So my name is Candace Johnson. I've been in space since I was 5 years old, when indeed, in 1957, when the Sputnik was launched on October 4th, I received a toy Sputnik with Santa Claus inside from my parents to hang on the Christmas tree. And from that day on, I was convinced that everything good comes from space, and I still am. So the way that I describe this life in space is, first, I used space to provide universal access. Universal access via satellite television for people to have freedom of choice in their viewing and listening habits. Then satellite telecommunications for people to be able to use satellite to communicate no matter where they were, to satellite mobile communications. I was one of the founding teams of Iridium, to also doing launch vehicles with international launch services between Lockheed Martin and Khrushchev in Russia, and then to accessing the universe with space, so doing precision agriculture, weather prediction, using the GPS system for all of the financial data, to now what I'm calling about networks for the universe. And so this is really the idea that with the James Webb Telescope, we now have near space, far space, and the planet all in one. And so I'm working on logistic, transport, communication networks, using digital twins to be able to, communicate with Mars and the moon, doing data centers on the moon. And I am also a very, very proud founder of SES, which is one of the world's largest satellite systems. So happy. And I think the most thing that I'm excited about is actually today. I don't know about you, but I had tears in my eyes when I was seeing these young people just, going and discovering all of the great things that space can do.
Thank you. I think that is remarkable that you've been inspired since you were a little girl. And I think I was quite similar. So my name is Sarah. I'm an astrophysicist by training, a science communicator, and just an all-round space nerd. And I think mine started about 5 years old as well. And I think I scared my mother because I woke her up one day, really woke her up holding the blanket saying, "Where does the universe end?" And this was like 7 a.m. I needed to go to school, and my mum didn't have the answer. And so she was an incredible mum who figured out I needed to be satiated with knowledge. So I went to lots of museums, watched lots of documentaries, read too many books, just had so much fun as a child learning, and it never stopped. And so I always knew I wanted to be an astrophysicist because I needed to answer what's at the end of the universe, and I'm very sad to tell you we don't know yet, but maybe one day. And that continued until I realised that all of these skills that I had doing a PhD in astrophysics and data science and all of the AI skills I have were completely transferable. And so I made the tough decision when I finished my PhD to choose a postdoc that wasn't quite in my area of expertise. It was a little bit different, and it was actually decision support. So when people are really stressed, it could be in a space setting, it could be in a defence setting, it could be any setting. How are they making good decisions, and how do we monitor that? I did that, continued on, and over many different projects and things have contributed my skills across not only space and astrophysics, but medical imaging, and really proud to lead our microgravity platform at Swinburne as well. So we've sent 6 different payloads to the International Space Station, and 7 and 8 are going up next year, and all of them are dedicated to inspiring the next generation and giving them educational tools and experiences. So that's a little bit about me.
Good afternoon. My name is Natavan. I'm leading Strategy and Business Development Direction at Azar Cosmos. This is the satellite operator and space agency based in Baku, Azerbaijan. It's very happy to be here since I am attending IACs since 2019, and it has been always a pleasure to meet the space community, and it's already 7th time that I am attending IAC. So my role at Azar Cosmos is mainly to shape the future of space, not only at our organization, but also at national level. And in this regard, I am also national coordinator of World Space Week, Azerbaijan. And for the last 3 years, I'm involved in a lot of space activities in order to boost space ecosystem in Azerbaijan. So for me, space is a very dynamic place that you learn a lot every day and you're never bored. And I have never imagined that I'll be staying in one studio for 8 years, but I'm already enjoying it, and it sounds like 8 days. It is too fast. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, based on those stories, I do want to do a little impromptu poll, because my interest in space started young also. I'll say it was age 3 when I saw Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong walk on the moon. So let me just ask Atsushi and Nadavan, what age, if you can remember, did you first become interested in space?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, actually, maybe I'm not say this, but when I seriously considered about space was 23,
okay,
something like that. Since
okay.
Before that, I was always playing soccer on ground.
Ah, very good. Yeah. Good, good. Thank you. Nadavan?
For me, I think it was about my school years, and my aunt used to making joke that Yuri Gagarin will take you to the space when I used to be a child. Yes.
Very good. Yeah, so I was just thinking about that, because part of our discussion now will shift to how do we do public engagement and across all of the means to reach out to the world. In many times that involves reaching the youngest, those in school, and starting with the new generation. But I also think, Atsushi, I'm glad that you came a little bit later, still very young, I think, but a little, because the point is that it's not only for school-age children at any point that this engagement can begin. So I want us to maybe kind of keep a little bit of that in mind. All right, so now I'm going to start into the first part of our discussion. Again, I'll ask each of our panelists to give a little bit of a perspective, and we'll start, Nadavan, with you, and we'll work our way backwards this time. And the place I want to start is to talk about the situation today. What's our current foundation? And maybe 2 aspects of that. So if you could, and you could talk about as much as you want on either one, but today, what is it that drives the public fascination with space? Why are we successful? What are the things that help the public to be engaged? But also, what are the gaps? What are some of the things that maybe aren't happening, or where are we not being as successful? And if you have any examples under either of those, please. So,
yes, thank you very much. So I think space became very accessible when commercialization started, I would say about 10 years ago, etc. And after the commercialization started, everybody saw that it is not something unreachable. It's accessible for everybody, even for students and for school children. And when the launch, cost of the launch reduced dramatically, and now everybody was in a place space to plan about the space missions, let it be picosat, CubeSats, or big satellites. And I think it just accelerated overall process. And what we see now as a gap, I would say, is about lack of human talent. I have heard a lot that even attending European Space Conference and other conferences in Paris and etc., everybody was saying that there is there is 4 places, I would say, let's say like for space engineering, but for 4 places, only 2 is competing, actually not competing, because there is an oversupply of the job places, but unfortunately human capital is still lacking. And in this regard, I believe that such public engagement strategies play a crucial role in order to increase awareness and say that it is accessible and everybody can part of the space industry. For instance, I am not a, let's say, engineer, right? I have graduated from world economics and international business and doing my MBA. And now I am part of the space industry doing business development and strategy. So it means there is a room for everybody to be part of this community. But for this one, I believe the main gap is about human capital. And if we talk about world example, I don't know how it's happening in other worlds, but in Azerbaijan, whenever we attend the events and etc., and we ask, what do you know about space and what fascinates you muchly, they say that Elon Musk, firstly, because I think what SpaceX has done in terms of reducing the prices and making it accessible to everybody, and also about Starlink project and etc. So as a figure, I believe he played a role that everybody started to get more engaged in space and get more popular with that. So if one private company and others can do it, now they have ideas, we can do it as well. So this is how I see from my own perspective. Yeah.
Great, thank you. All right, Sarah, same question.
Excellent. So I think I'll start with where we are at the moment, and I think we're doing an okay job. I think there is a surge in interest in space. It's certainly not the Apollo era where it was the space craze, right? But I often do a lot of different school talks with young kids, middle-aged kids, and then senior kids. And the young children, the ones who are just getting into school, they're always obsessed with 2 things. It's dinosaurs and it's space. And it's because they're sciences that are magical and wonderful because you learn about it and you're in awe. You cannot be in, like, you can't not be in awe learning about a dinosaur or learning about a black hole. It's amazing. And they're gateway sciences to those STEM skills. And that's really what we need in space. It's not just people who want to go to space as astronauts, want to build rockets or maybe be an astrophysicist. It's that whole plethora of those STEM skills, especially when we're thinking about satellites and Earth observation and what we're going to do there. And so I think we're doing an okay job, but I think we can do better, and it starts really young. And it also, we really need to think about inclusion as well. I know in Australia, we see in a couple of different surveys that children of all genders tend to be quite interested in STEM topics when they're younger. When they get into high school, that those more senior ages, that drops, especially for female students. And we're not sure why. There's different programs that are targeting trying to increase that, but diversity is really key when we're thinking about building up the next generation. We need all people in space, especially with a shortage of people with qualified skills and jobs like that. So that's something I think we can do better. And I might just highlight real quick something that I think is really fun, and I'm very biased because it's one of the programs I help run, is we've created this kit that can go into schools where they actually get to work with samples that have been to space. So it's not just learning about space, it's actually working with things that have flown to the International Space Station and back. And through that, the feedback that we're getting from teachers and from parents and from the students themselves is that is just as awe-inspiring as when they first learned about a black hole or a dinosaur. It's tangible. It's something that they can physically see, touch, grow, all of those things. At the moment, we're doing seeds. And something as simple as that might be a way to continue that engagement as students get a little bit older. So that's something I'm very proud about.
Great, thank you very much. All right, Candace.
Yes, so Sarah, I love this last example that you gave. I always tell everybody it starts with space, it never ends with space. And I am absolutely the product of public engagement with space. So, I talked about the being, 5 years old and getting the little toy Sputnik. When I was 6 years old, I was going to science fairs. And I was, so I made a transistor radio. Now, today I tell everybody, at 6 years old, I expect kids to be, making their own rockets and satellites. And Theo, you are here today, and I'm going to talk with you later about that. My 6-year-old, a little bit older, but still. So, and then when I was 8, my dear friend, he was 60, I was 8, and he had the United States' largest ham radio station. He was actually one of the founders of Northrop Grumman. And I would go every Sunday to call around the world so this was 1960, during the Cold War. And when I was 10, my father, who was at the White House with President Kennedy, 1962, working on the Apollo mission, he said to my 5th grade class, 10-year-olds, that when we have satellites, we will have satellites for education, for entertainment, for emergency services, for weather services. And this is 1962. And when we have wars, we will have wars with satellites, and we will have peace on Earth. Now, he got just about everything right except for the peace on Earth, but we're still working on that. And so, also, I have to tell you, I have never ever done a public-sponsored project. So I have been doing quote unquote new space for the last 50 years, 50 years, okay? So everything that I started, SES, Teleport Europe, Europe Online, Iridium, ILS, they are all privately sponsored. And so I think that it is very important to inspire. I think that inspiration is really, what can you do with space? And it was funny because first of all, I'm a very proud vice chair of the World Space Week to my wonderful chair, Stan. But I'm also a member of the Council of the Singapore Space and Technology think tank. And I was speaking at a conference, and everybody there was about 30 years younger. I'm not kidding. And so, whereas I was saying, I got the bug about using space to do things to help planet Earth. A lot of them had grown up with Star Trek. And so they were inspired by going into space. And you know what? It doesn't really matter. What matters is the inspiration. And I think that, governments and the public and, can really, find use cases such as today, such a beautiful day, where they are inspiring people to use space to do, to help humanity, to help the planet, to do medical exploration, to do business, to save the oceans, etc. So that's just a little bit my take.
Thank you, Candice. Okay, Atsushi.
Yes, speaking about the public engagement strategy for space, I think it's a very, very good question. So let me ask all of you here in the audience a question. So I think everybody can raise a hand, but let me ask a question. How many of you think about space every day, even in 1 minute? Can you raise a hand? Right, and look around. It's not everybody. So this is IAC, Space Conference, but not still yet. So I think this is a reality. We have to take it very seriously. So think about space engagement. Although we use iPhone or smartphones, you guys everybody uses a Google Map. Google Map requires space technologies. So everybody uses space. Space is already incorporated into daily life. But most of the people doesn't care about it. So it's very shame. So when I ask the same question to my friends, family, nobody raises hands. So I have to do as a person who works in the space industry is to increase the hands. And to increase the funds who would like to engage more space. And the unique part of space is fascinations. Also, people who doesn't think about space every day, but they are very, very fascinated to hear about space. So I have a lot of artists, creators who would like to work with the space industry or space company or space thing, but they don't know how to reach out. So I think maybe this is only in Japan, but I would like to fill in that gap so that the more people can be engaged with space. So yeah, this is my message.
Great, thank you very much. So I think that was, for me, a very useful tour across the landscape of where we are today. And I'll just share a couple of things that struck me as my colleagues were speaking. And I love the term, and I'm going to use this, the gateway science, that builds on that sort of natural sense of awe that I agree that space and dinosaurs both share, and other things. And you're right. And then I think too that Nadavan, the commercialization and that interest that's there. There's some things that are really sort of making it more apparent to our consciousness. Atsushi talking about, yes, things like our iPhones and our devices, that when we think about it, which we may or may not, but when we realize these are through GPS and maybe even before long with the direct-to-device kinds of satellite communications, even more sorts of connectivity into our daily lives. And Candace, the point about having concrete ways to start with things like building radios and those hands-on activities, I think are all fantastic. So all of those I think are good springboards for us to really get to the title of the session today, which is Beyond the Buzz. So there are clearly a number of things that help to create, call it the buzz, the enthusiasm, the initial engagement that we see, and then there are also gaps. There are things that then cause people to maybe get distracted or for whatever reason move into other fields so they don't continue in a STEM domain. Or when it comes to budgets, as you were talking about, Atsushi, they don't support maybe the idea of investing in space from public funds or being a part of private activities that can be helpful. So there's obviously a need to continue to do better. And I think that's why we all share the interest in being here today to discuss that. So that'll be the set of questions I'd like to turn to now for my colleagues, which is, what can we do to sustain the momentum? Once the momentum is there, once the spark is there, once the awe is there, how can we begin to move that public engagement in a strategic manner forward in a more sustainable way? And so there's a second kind of a related question around schools, and maybe it connects to schools, maybe it doesn't. If you want to weave schools and academic sort of outreach into that, that's fine. If you have other ideas, that's fine as well. For this round, I think let's start in the middle. So Sarah, maybe I'll start with you.
Sure.
And then we'll loop around this way in your thoughts, please. Where do we go from here, Sarah?
It's an excellent question, and I think we need to have it's that opportunities piece, so people can be inspired and engaged and really excited, but not have a place to go, not have a thing to slip into. And I think this happens a lot with students, both from when you're trying to transition from high school into maybe university or whatever career you're interested in, but especially at university when we have students who are so excited and so engaged. The bit that continues them on is having opportunities. So it might be being able to mentor for a different program, or go and talk to schools, or help work with research groups, or have just a peer mentor that they can learn from and hear about what there might be for them. And I think an even more important piece is, away from that kind of school setting or that learning environment, is industry and public engagement. So government-sponsored programs that they could be part of, industry-sponsored graduate programs that they have a home to go to. Because I think there's a lot of potential for people to slip through the cracks and go somewhere where there is a place for them. And I think that's something that I'm really passionate about. I get so many incredible students, both from high school who we've now seen come into university, and university undergraduates who we've seen go into PhDs. where they just needed that mentor or that opportunity to really solidify what they were interested in. And sometimes it might be that they do an opportunity and it's not for them, but they're learning skills along the way and they're learning where they might fit in. So I think that's something we can potentially do.
Great, thank you. Naravan?
I totally agree with Sarah that there should be continuity of all those programs that we are offering to school children or students or youngsters. So I would like to give some examples from our case. For instance, for the last 3 years, we are doing World Space Week, celebrating it in Azerbaijan, and doing a lot of public awareness events. And gradually, we decided to set up Space Academy, and it was set up 2 years ago. And now with Space Academy, we are doing a lot of events, competition. One is APERSAF about competition to visualize how they see space in the future. And also, we managed to provide funding to students to present their papers at IACs. For the last 2 years, we are doing it, and currently 54 students from Azerbaijan attending IAC to present their papers in Sydney. Last year in Milan, there was another 50 students. So all this we are doing in order to provide the past, the continuity of the programs, that they can find the places where you can network, where you can make a lot of, let's say, good noises, about space and what's happening in Azerbaijan. And the other program that we have done is a mentorship for women program. And in this program, each year we had 5 mentees. And I'm very proud that 2 of those mentees are now also attending IAC in Sydney, presenting their papers. So it means we don't want to end the program with one milestone only. There should be always continuity. What would they do if they have graduated from the program? What is the next? For this question, we always think about the new programs and the continuity, so they end up in a society that it will nurture itself. So it will be self-sustained. So they will become maybe head of startups, right? They will own new startups. So for us, it's very important. It's like planting seeds to everybody and see that, of course, it needs nurturing. And for nurturing, it's about the programs, about the events, about the continuity of journey. And when those plants grow to the big trees, then I think as an agency or as a, let's say, organization, we achieved our goals.
No, that's great. Let me ask one follow-up question on the Space Academy. Is that publicly funded or privately funded or a combination? How do you do that?
Well, it's a combination, I would say. So either it is being funded by the universities or Ministry of Education or Ministry of Youth and Sport. For instance, the sponsorship of all the students coming here was done either by their own universities or by the Ministry of Education or Ministry of the Youth and Sport. So, but here we are doing it under the umbrella of Space Academy because we are encouraging all those universities that they should invest in their students, and also ministry. And besides, there are also some private companies. They are getting interested into sponsoring some events. So currently, one of the projects the Academy is doing with the Brazilian Space Agency is about developing Picosat and sending it to the space. So it will be launched something in 30 days, if I'm not mistaken. And it's going to be the first project that all Azerbaijani school children were involved to build and see how it will go to the space. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, that's inspiring. Great. Okay, Atsushi.
I totally agree with Sarah and Natvan. That was a very great activities. And actually, as a space at a private company, we do kind of pretty a close approach. What we do is that within our company, of course, there's a limit resources. So we collaborate with a lot of different industries. For example, travel agencies, insurance companies, and then maybe you can hear why. In Japan, it's a very unique ecosystem. The travel agency has a Japanese-wide network in every single schools, which is more than 10,000. 10,000. So if I can convince or to be part of them, then I can reach out to those 10,000 schools to do the space programs. And same as the insurance company too. Insurance company has a lot of our shop or their places in the entire region of Japan, and they closely work with the Japanese government in each regions. And those government embodies, prefectures, would like to do new things related with space. So we work with the insurance companies to provide how the non-space company can do together the business in space. So this is my approach, so that the more people can be involved, then the more engagement will be increased.
That's wonderful. So I like this theme of sort of partnership. And the partnership may depend on the local circumstances about what partner networks are there, but it sounds like that tapping into that's pretty important. Candace, what are your thoughts for how we go forward from here and do better?
Celebrate! Celebrate! Seriously, if you have a success, put it in that window, and also don't forget, in my growing up, we had President Kennedy who said, we're going to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard. And so he really did inspire this whole generation. And we celebrated every single, milestone. And also, I just want to, so Stan and I have been working on a project which isn't yet ready, but we hope maybe we'll be able to announce it next year. But we've been working with the Smithsonian Science Education Center. And they are not only in the United States, they are also, for instance, here in Australia. And what they have found is that by teaching students, young people, about space, that this is probably the best foundation for them to then go on to study science. Now, I'm going to be totally controversial here. I have 5 degrees in music. I have no degree in business, in physics, in engineering. Now, I was incredibly fortunate. I grew up in this family. My father did the first satellites for the United States government. He did the first private satellites in the world. He was the head of military telecommunications. So, at the age of 5, I was learning also about tropospheric, scatter networks, and et cetera. But I do want to, also mention Hedy Lamarr. Hedy Lamarr was so trying to find a solution to the torpedoes that were destroying the Allied ships during World War II. And she had the idea to do basically what is called CDMA, which is Code Division Multiplex, by using the scrolls of a player piano. So there were slots in between, like 2 notes or 3 notes and then a slot. And it was that type of thinking that actually she created CDMA, and she had the patents on it. So, it does take out of this world thinking. It does take big thinking, and always to be purpose-driven. Whenever I start something, I don't say, I'm going to make a television direct broadcast satellite. No, I say, I want to bring freedom of choice for viewing. I'm not going to do a broadband internet. I want to bring broadband internet. I called it mothers communicating with mothers. So this is what we need to do. We need to be purpose-driven. And I'm excited about this generation now and the one that is coming up, because they are going to come up with solutions, just as I'm thinking today about networks for the universe, with data centers, with space-based solar power, with 3D printing that we just create space stations in the world, with one of my angel investees just won the NASA Deep Space Food Challenge, etc. So always, if we can just inspire people to find solutions and then to also educate them about the possibilities of space.
Candace, that's great. And if we have a little time after this, you can do an encore and we'll do some more singing. That'd be fantastic.
Sure.
Yeah. I actually like.
I'll save it for the end.
Good. I like the connection to music because the music of the spheres, right?
Absolutely.
There's always a resonance there, if you will, with space. And then the other part though about I think having that inspirational, knowing what those things are, right? That will reach out and that will be compelling. And then bringing those into the networks. That's sort of what I'm taking from across some of the discussions. And what are those connect points, and then how do we magnify them? And we really need to have both. So we've got a couple more minutes. I'm going to ask at least one more question if there's time. And then for the audience, I'll say we are planning to have some time for questions at the end. So start to be thinking about those. And then we'll have somebody who can bring a mic around. So we'll have a chance to get some Q&A with my fellow panelists here. But before we do that, let me ask about measuring the impact of our activities, because many of us are in business or working even in government to try to explain why should public funds go to this, why should private funds go to something like this? Well, of course, because space is cool, and that's enough of an answer for me. Sometimes it does help to have other ways to communicate that as well, to reinforce the sort of what is the benefit. We could talk about, things like what STEM researchers do and how that's been more beneficial. And there might be a number of ways to think about this in terms of measurement or description of the benefit so that others who are going to help us have the resources to do the convincing can themselves be convinced. So in terms of sequence, Candace, we'll start with you this time, okay. And then we'll do our reverse order through Atsushi and then back around. But Candace, how would we measure impact?
Yeah. So in 1981, I fell in love and married my husband, who was, I always say he was a pianist, but he was also the ambassador of Luxembourg to the United States. And in 1982, the Prime Minister of Luxembourg came to Washington and said, we have 3 crises. We have a steel crisis in Luxembourg. We have a broadcast crisis. The RTL, Radio Television Luxembourg, was going south. Everybody wanted to buy it because they were a private broadcaster, and they were one of 2 private broadcasters throughout Europe. And all of the governments did not like the fact that they could say what they wanted to say and not what the government was telling them to say. And they had a 3rd crisis with the monetary union, with Belgium, franc. And so the Prime Minister was looking for a 4th economic pillar. Now, me having grown up in this amazing family, I always tell everybody I'm the luckiest person in the world, I know, and I am. I said, and I had seen what had happened and what could happen if you used space to provide a better life for people. And so I told the Prime Minister, I said, you could have a satellite system. This is summer 1982. In February 1983, he called me and he said, Candace, I need to have your satellite system. I dropped everything. I went to Luxembourg and I created Société Européenne des Satellites in 1983. Now, the problem is that, of course, I was only doing something that was private. It never occurred to me to do anything governmental. And every single government was against us because we were very much disrupting the status quo. Luxembourg is 600,000 people, 400,000 at that time, 600,000 people today. And they did not have an aerospace industry. So to protect or to give contracts to. And they always were private. And so the government broadcasters, were saying, whoa, what are we going to do? There's going to be this, system coming up, and it's not going to be controlled by, the government broadcasters. And we're going to let in private broadcasters, new people, like Rupert Murdoch, my dear friends from Australia, and Silvio Berlusconi, and Leo Kirsch, and Canal Plus. And they were very much afraid. Now, I didn't know this. The Prime Minister always kind of kept, really this attack away from me. And he just said, Candace, you just do your thing. So, but at one point it got to be kind of difficult because I was really all alone. It was such a secret project that he could not ask the Parliament to even have a budget for it. And so I kind of, used my own money to go around Europe to do the market study, et cetera, et cetera. I called my dad. I said, Daddy, I need to have a franchise. He dictated it to me over the phone because we didn't even have telex or telefax at that time. Telefax. And so I went to the Prime Minister and I said, I need a little bit of help. And he said, okay, Candace, no problem. I will get you some help. So the next day, the head of the tax division comes to the Prime Minister's office. And I go, whoa, this is not the help that I was talking about. But in the Prime Minister's mind, the fact that he was going to give a franchise to a private satellite company, and that this private satellite company was going to pay fees to the government, license fees to the government, he saw it clear as day. And so they gave a 10-year holiday, tax holiday, to SES. Stan, on the day that the tax holiday ended, SES, Société Européenne des Satellites, largest satellite system in the world, was the largest single taxpayer in Luxembourg and still is today. That's impact.
Very good, very good. So we can measure it through tax generation. That's fantastic. Atsushi.
Well, measuring the impact is, I think, very, very difficult and tough always. I can tell you two aspects. One is it takes a long time. Like, nobody knows, like, speaking about Cadence when she was 5, nobody knows she was here. She's here like this, and they're giving us such huge impact. So it takes time in terms of the education. So I had an opportunity to visit Marshall Space Center in NASA, where is that? But anyway, there's a space camp, and since 1989, lots of the child go visit their space camp and to train the astronaut. And since then, I think a lot of our alumni became a real astronaut in each nations. So that takes time, but it's very, very important. Another point about the monitoring the impact of the space is that to be connecting with the business side more. I was luckily involved with a project called Kibo Space Studio. In the ISS, we have a Kibo module. Kibo means wish in Japanese anyway. So we connect ISS and ground with our telecommunication systems, and you can directly speak with the astronaut with video systems. And during the COVID, nobody cannot go out, so we launched project Kibo Space Studio. So we collected their hope and wish from the public through the Twitter, and we showed it from the space. And there was more than 5 million viewers during the show from all over the world because of the power of the internet and YouTube and Twitter. And we have a lot, the project has a lot of sponsors like Coca-Cola or others. And how we can measure it is that the number of viewers and engagement and also the purchasement. So I think there's 2 different ways for how to measure the impact, but it's always challenging, but it's worth to challenge.
That's great. And I'll just pull out one thing that you said and one thing I think you sort of implied. the one thing you said certainly was, the digital media is very conducive to measurement if we just do that. The tools are sort of built into the system and the fabric of that. But I was also intrigued by the point you made about Space Camp and those who then go on to do other things, maybe be astronauts, maybe other things in the STEM world. Doesn't have to just be active in space, as Sarah said earlier. So that sort of longer-term connectivity and measuring that in some way that helps to capture the value of the output of something or the downstream effects. That's a little harder, but also I think that was woven into what you were saying too. I like that. Okay, Nadavan.
I would like to share some examples in two directions. Since Azarcosmos is a bit unique to the industry because we are satellite operator and space agency as a one entity, so I would like to share impact in two directions. When it comes to the satellite operator activities, and Candace mentioned great point about connectivity, delivering content to the households and etc. I think in this regard, since we are not a very big satellite operator, right? And when we look at our population, it's about 10 million people. And when we started in 2010 as a satellite operator, we never imagined that after 10 years, we will be in a position collaborating with more than 54 countries and with more than 200 companies, delivering the contents in 5-6 languages too. TV channels and etc. surrounding 200 TV and radio channels, and also delivering connectivity to 2/3 of the African continent. I think if we put in figures, that's the impact in case of, if you look at from our commercial background and also from our satellite operator background. But when it comes to our agency hat, with our agency identity, I will say measuring impact, it doesn't have immediate result. Because all those public engagement strategies and organizing the public awareness events, it always takes time. Because people need to digest this information and to see if they can find what excites them and etc. And along the journey, I would say that since 2018, when we started to do a lot of public awareness events, now we see the results after 4 or 5 years. How? I will say, for instance, some of our alumnus decided to establish their own association about space engineering. And they collect all the space engineers who's studying this field and doing some small events and etc. So I think this kind of steps are the impact of public engagement strategies that we have been doing something 4 or 5 years ago. So I think, and also I agree with panelists that it takes time, it doesn't have immediate access results, but in the long run, I believe it boosts the space ecosystem.
Great, thank you. Okay, last one before we go to audience questions. Sarah.
Yes. So I think I agree with all of the panelists that you can measure impact in slightly different ways, from dollar value to numbers to anecdotal evidence of what is happening. And I think the most important one, though, is over time. So I think we covered that a little bit across all of these, is that it takes time to see true impact, whatever that impact might be measured as, but you need to have a strategy for what is that measurement going to be. So I think what can be really easy these days to fall into the trap of is views means impact, which not necessarily. We live in a digital age, which is a fantastic thing for us to have, and sometimes it's easy to see something with 1 million views, but it might be incorrect information. I think we also live in an age where misinformation is quite scary, to be frank. And so you want continuing educational tools, inspirational tools, and you want to be able to measure that through a few different ways. So I think government programs, academic programs can have these longer term measurements for attitudes in STEM, for where people go for jobs, all of those different things. And digital measurements are still very, very important, but it's how do we use them accurately over time, and can we use them in our favour to inform good digital strategy, which is something that I'm really passionate about across my platforms.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, and so for me, just I think one of the takeaways is that it is important to measure, because that being able to show that impact governmentally, societally, commercially, feeds the funding, feeds the sort of enablers for us then to continue the outreach and that engagement. So I think that's all super helpful. Okay, so for audience questions, we'll go to that now. I don't know if it's possible to turn the lights down just a little bit so we can see, we can somewhat see out there. I mean, turn the floodlights down here or turn the house lights up, one or the other. I can see pretty well, but there we go. I'm a little less blind now. Okay, and then I see we've got, I guess, do you have a microphone? So, okay, first question, please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I just wondered, how can initiatives like the World Space Week move beyond what some may see as symbolic outreach to meaningful engagement in underserved areas like the SIDS, let's say the Caribbean region, to build genuine local capacity, do some of the things that you've been talking about doing, inspire the youths, and ensure that these voices are also represented in shaping a truly global space future?
That's a great question. Maybe I'll take that one if that's all right. So I think it's what you asked about. If I say the words back correctly, if I don't, let me know. But the sort of democratization of both engagement and in the voice around space is in fact, a core mission of World Space Week Association and World Space Week. So the intent to do that, I think, is there. I think the how, and I'll be the first one to say, the fact today is that it's uneven, and part of that comes to some of the realities of funding, and some of the realities of the way we have our partnership structured, which relies on fantastic people like Nanavan to be a national coordinator. And so there's a national coordinator system that helps to do that. But one of the things I could do, I could talk with you afterwards about ways to, bolster the national coordinator piece is one, and we also have some mentoring activities to help to raise that. But the invitation and the purpose is there, and love your energy, and we'd love to find ways to continue to grow with you. Okay, next question. Okay.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for a very engaging panel. My name is Jaren Chu, and I come from Taiwan. And one of my roles is I advise Taiwan Space Agency. And my question is, I'm curious from the perspective of all of you, what are the things that a public agency with limited resources, brand new, we're like 2.5 years old, should be prioritizing in terms of public engagement that it can uniquely do versus what we should entrust to nonprofits, private industry, science communicators? What is it that we have to do first in order to help enable everyone else to go do what they're good at? Thank you.
Please, Sarah.
I think one thing that is really important for agencies to do across the world is to liaise across industry, academia, and all of the sectors to bring together meaningful projects and to help not silo them. So there's often, you'll often see it happen where you'll have fantastic initiatives that have never met or talked to each other or don't share funding or don't have opportunities to physically work together. And I think an agency is a perfect opportunity to have that oversight and that connectivity to say, we're going to bring X, Y, and Z in. It might have different funding streams, it might have different personnel, but together we can actually make something that's more robust and more accessible and more inclusive across the country as well, because often things are siloed into the areas that you live, the states that you live. So I think that's a really important thing to consider, is how do you liaise with that? And I think that would be great potentially for you to take away.
Candace, yeah, you had something to add?
Hello, and congratulations on doing your Taiwan Space Agency. It's fabulous. And, Luxembourg only started their space agency 5 years ago. So even though we had SES and, 40 years ago. So I think, if I were starting a space agency today, I think the most important thing would be to ensure that the country that is having the space agency puts together a very good regulatory framework. Now, of course, you can build on what is going on with the ITU, etc. But, in German we say Planungssicherheit, so planning security. Any company that is going to do something needs to know that they can count on that their investment is going to be protected by a regulatory framework. Not only frequencies, but also business, etc. And I think that also a space agency can give grants that are based on finding private money to do jobs. So and you can attract companies from around the world. You know, it doesn't always have to be born in a country. A company can also be, or a country can be home to a company. So just some things you want to think about.
Yes, Naraban.
I would like to add some points because we are also very young as a space agency. It was established in 2021. So with limited resources, it's a challenge that we have went through as well. I would like to say that what would be beneficial is like to organize info tours to universities and with your colleagues and engineers to give information, inspire, and also to involve them in the international platform, which is non-profit organizations such as World Space Week Association, SGAC, and other platforms. And if you can do it, also that would be great if you involve other international speakers. I would say that space community is very kind. They love to help, and I believe you will find many people who would be willing to be part of the webinars or discussion at some of the local universities in Taiwan.
Great. Okay, we're at our formal time, but I was told at the beginning that we may have a little flexibility to go over, so if I can take a poll of my panelists, if we're okay to stay, for another couple of minutes, we'll continue because I see several questions. And then I see one up there, and then I also, yes, with the microphone, and then we've got a student group here that I will give the microphone to next. But yeah, please, your question?
Hi, my name is Claude Bloom with the University of Alabama, Huntsville. And Huntsville, Alabama, by the way, is where NASA Space Flight Center is, Marshall. My question is, as a student group, I am a person who pursued an idea and kind of formed my own research group and have obtained funding. But I found that there is, number one, a massive disconnect between the expectations of what students can do and should be doing in academia versus in industry, where industry is more open to students developing new technology and products that kind of trying to advance on a TRL scale, while academia kind of think, you're a student, what are you doing? You need to be working on your classes and not trying to chase whatever it is you're chasing. And that resulted in where you cannot systematically get professional help on a lot of things because the authority that can give you useful information often choose not to, and the people who is willing to help you don't have access to that kind of information. Do you see any way around that kind of in the development where students kind of start developing their own devices and maybe they don't go anywhere at all, but learning through that process rather than just through classes?
So yeah, so question about like students and mentoring or something, Sarah? Is that something?
Yeah, I can answer from my academic experience, I guess. I think it's very different at every institution. I think one thing to consider is oftentimes academics are pretty overloaded, and we absolutely love our jobs, and at least for me specifically, and I can speak for all of my colleagues, we want to be able to help all of the students that we can, and so we make that a priority for us at least, to try and find where can student projects fit in, where can we mentor within the bounds of what our expertise is. And I think unfortunately it's not a solution that will fix everything, but it's really finding those people who will take the time and the considerations. But I also think one way to communicate that back to potentially the academics that you might work or study under is the benefit for everybody. The fact that you are putting together something is skills for you to go further in your career. It's going to make you stand out. When I'm reading CVs, when anyone's reading CVs, we look for that initiative and that proactivity, and that is something that is really vitally important. And I think maybe I'm not aware of your situation at your university, but maybe that's just not recognised quite yet. So I think it's looking for those gems of time and of people and commitments, and especially when you can work together. So it sounds like you've done an excellent job putting together your own research group and getting funding and things like that. And change certainly comes with with its critical mass of interest and of importance. And I think it's a really important thing. And I encourage anyone who's in here who is an academic to think about how you can mentor, even in industry, how can you mentor the next generation? It might not explicitly be what your area of expertise is, but it is something that you can lend a hand to, even if it's just here and there. What can you do to make those things come true?
And if I may just real quickly, I mean, so many of these, countries, even though I'm American, I haven't lived in America for 40 years, but, certainly we have incubators in Europe, and, this would be a perfect place for you to go. And usually they are connected with the university. And I would also talk about angel networks. I'm a VC, and, chair of Seraphim Space, which is the world's largest space tech fund. But, I'm also a personal angel investor, and I do mentoring every Saturday morning, 9, 10, and 11, because we say that business angels have network, experience, expertise, and some money. So.
Great. Okay, so I think we'll do one last question from the group here, and then if anybody else has other questions, then please, we'll stick around as we're able to. So, yes, go ahead.
So Keith Traherne from Emu Robotics. We're an Aussie charity. Currently, this is where we do STEM competitions and we teach a lot of high school students. Currently, we're working to build a pipeline between disadvantaged high school students and the space industry, because it's great that you highlighted the fact that there's such an equal level of engagement when everyone's young, but then there's that massive drop-off. I'd like to ask, how did you mitigate that drop-off? Because that's something we really specialize in. I actually have 2 students here. If I'd quite like you or anyone else in this room to meet them. To give you an idea, one of them is now going to be doing they're 11 years old. They're year 11. And they are going to be doing a space internship during their summer holidays. Neither of their parents graduated high school. Like these sort of pipelines. How did you mitigate your high school years, and how did you sustain that interest?
Anybody have a story to tell there, or a perspective? Atsushi, go ahead.
I'm not sure if this helps, but in Japan, there's a company, maybe iSpace, who goes to this moon. And they are founded, a founder was in the university, I think he was in the PhD or something in US. There was a Google X Prize. He didn't start a company. He just applied for the Google X Prize. And eventually, that company grows gradually, having a support, like Cadence mentioned, with BC Angels, and it becomes a company. First, they are developing small disk rover, but now they are developing huge lander to the moon. So I think, as far as you never give up, you're gonna find the solutions, and you're gonna find mentors, people who would like to support you. So don't give up, and ask Cadence.
And I'd like to point back to, I think, Nadavan, your story was very relevant there about looking from the government agency standpoint to try to find opportunities to sponsor people for papers and things like that. I'll say, and your question was, how have we solved it? I don't think it is solved. I think we've sort of acknowledged it as a gap, but there are maybe some ideas or some positive examples that in some cases have been helpful. So maybe there's an opportunity to look for some of those or encourage some of the creation of some of these sponsorships through either a public entity or a private entity who would look to continue to sustain that momentum. So I do apologize, we're not going to have time for any more group questions, but I and my colleagues will be happy to stay here for a little bit for private questions afterwards. But most importantly, Candace did offer to sing one more time for us. So
I hope you will all join in. Fly me to the moon and let me play among the stars. Let me see what life is like on Jupiter and Mars. Great.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stan.
Check, check. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome, everyone. What an amazing day. What an amazing day. I can't stop to take pictures of all these incredible lines of families and children joining us in the Space Day, in the day that is open to all. We are going to leave the doors open so that more people can come. I'm Elena Rocchi, clinical professor at Arizona State University, and today I'm with incredible people, but especially with you, Jessica.
Hello, everyone. This is working? Maybe not. No. Okay. I'll skip over here. Welcome all. It's really wonderful to see so many folks here, and hopefully we have some more families and children joining us today to share this premiere of a film that we've been working on for a couple of years. So my name is Jessica Rousset, and I head strategic research initiatives at Arizona State University, both for space and for healthcare. And this is really a research project, the culmination of a research project where we ask the question not just why we as humans have this drive to explore, but more importantly, what can we learn from historical exploration activities that we've conducted over the years here on Earth so that we can move forward in a more mindful and thoughtful way as we embark on this next journey off planet. And so you're going to hear from a cast of 22 characters in 32 minutes, and representing all kinds of disciplines and perspectives, not all perspectives. And then after the 32 minutes, 4 of the 22 experts will join us here up on the stage to have a conversation. Now, the film does not answer any questions. It really raises a lot of topics and important discussion opportunities. So this is a piece meant to generate dialogue, and we can take it in all kinds of different directions, all right? So the goal of this piece is to engage broad audiences around the world. This is the first time we're sharing it with a diverse and broad audience, and so we want you to participate in the conversation. And so we've designed a few prompts. That's the QR code over there. So we invite you to scan it and to respond to these 4 prompts at any time during the film, preferably before we start the conversation, because that's going to be the tee-off point for the rest of the discussion. We want the panelists to address what's most important to all of you.
I want to thank IAC for hosting us today in the public day. For us, it's an honor to actually share what it has been an incredible journey with all these people. We need to think about ourselves becoming interplanetary, but we can only think together. One of the things that I've understood in the last 2 years of the project is we need to develop a common language. We need to have, as Tanya is always insisting on, to have a common ground for all of us to come together, to sit at the table and understand what the common language is. And me as an architect, I did find that design, imagination, creativity is a language. So we're going to leave you with this language. The QR code is there. It's a future that in this movie is asking you for a deeper reflection and really having the input from as many of us is what we are looking for. Can we turn the light down and just check? Good. Enjoy it.
Why do people
We are at an amazing time in history. It's the moment in the evolution of our species when we are leaving Earth permanently for the very first time. 300,000 years of development, and our technology, our collective intellect and societal development has allowed us at this moment in history, while we're alive, to build a space station and have people living there for the last 25 years, to have sent a few early explorers to the moon and now be on the cusp of putting the first permanent habitation on the moon, and probes heading across the solar system looking for other worthwhile and possible places for us to live. Just as our ancestors, for the very first time, left Africa, 80,000 years ago, got to Australia, maybe 75,000, got to the Americas, maybe 18,000 years ago, got to New Zealand 800 years ago, got to Antarctica a little over 100 years ago. We work, we gather, we create, we develop, and then we explore, and then we make some new part of the universe, part of our experience. And that's where we are in spaceflight right now. So how should we do it? The film you're about to watch tries to answer that question. What is the purpose of it? Why do we inherently do these things? Is that ever going to change? And maybe most importantly, what have we done in the past? What have we done right? What have we done wrong? How can we learn from the hundreds of thousands of years of human development so far to try and take this amazing moment in history when we are starting not just to settle on a space station, but to settle on another body orbiting the sun, on the moon, eventually Mars and beyond? How can we do it to the best of our abilities? How can we learn from our own history to do this as right as we possibly can and avoid the pitfalls maybe that have trapped us in the past? That's the purpose of this movie. I want you to watch it, listen to all the expertise on the screen, think about it, and then take action afterwards. Think about what you're going to do in your own choices and the influence you have to help be part of the group of people that allow humanity to go through this next stage of development as well as we possibly can. I'm Chris Hadfield. Enjoy the film.
The film you are about to see won't give you simple answers about our future beyond Earth. Instead, it invites you to journey with us through stories of exploration, of culture, of possibility. It's a space to reflect, to ask your own questions, to imagine what humanity's journey to other worlds might mean for all of us, and for you.
Why do science? Or art, for that matter? Why do anything that doesn't increase our bottom line or make us more comfortable?
Life is constantly trying to reach new horizons and try to expand. That's why we have legs, right? Why would life give us these tools for mobility if it was content by just being in one little place? Our desire for exploration is just a word that we've come up to kind of express this force that is within us.
I think the truth is that people explore because we can't help it. It's in our genes. We just want to see what's over that hill. We want to see the thing that's never been seen before. We want to step in the place that hasn't been stepped in. I just think it's how humans are.
And that basic urge of needing the new, I think, is just absolutely core to the human experience.
It's curious to me that when you're a child developing, evolution has given us the ability to walk long before evolution gives us the ability to talk or to even understand language. And I think that is our innate necessity to go see, to go experience things.
So thank goodness we have this within us, and now we're just ready for the next step.
If you paddle your boat down the Rhine River in Germany and you know exactly where to stop and get out of your boat. And you climb up a hill. It is one of those places with the long, steep banks. And halfway up one of them, there's a cave. And it's a really good cave to live in. It's got the right combination of temperature and shelter and such. So animals, including people, have been living there for millennia. And we have found human remains in that cave from 40 and 50,000 years ago. And what delights me is one of the things we found in that cave in southern Germany is a musical instrument. Someone took the leg bone of a bird. It was like a vulture or a crane or something. And some birds have hollow bones. So because it's a long, hollow thing, if you blow in one end, it makes a whistling noise. And somebody realized that if you punch a couple holes in, you can change the tone of the noise. And what's amazing is, even though this bone is 42,000 years old, it can still be played, and it naturally follows the diatonic scale, or whatever it's called, do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do, And I would just love to be able to somehow get into a time machine and step off that boat in the Rhine, walk up that hill, and walk into that cave with a 6-string guitar. Because as soon as I strummed a chord and sang a note, whoever it was that made that flute would get it. And they would pick up their flute, and within 5 minutes, we would be learning about each other. We would be laughing. We could make each other cry. We would be sharing the fundamental nature of humanity, even though we have no culture and no temporal reference in common. The art bridges it all. And it is absolutely our most basic and necessary form of exploration.
I think art is exploration. It asks the question, what does it mean to be human, just the same way that going to the moon does.
If you really want to extend, our civilization so it lasts forever, you need to leave our solar system. This is really an endless adventure.
We are just now, for the first time ever, capable of space exploration. We were not capable 100 years ago. If we were, we would have been doing it 100 years ago. The fact that we can even imagine technologies, and we still have lots of work to do to get them working. We can at least imagine now the technologies for space exploration is a natural next step in humanity's evolution.
Wherever we go, we take ourselves with us, right? Including all the disparities, all of the unequal stakes. How are we to course correct?
It will be tough, it will be hard to find common ground, but on the other hand, I think that we should continue to strive for that, and we should also believe in it, because if we don't believe in it from the start, then it is a bleak picture that we're calling upon us. It's extremely important to continue efforts to try to get everyone around the table, as hard as it can be, and often this is much easier at lower levels of scientists and engineers who want to work together, but at government level it's often difficult. I think a lot of silent diplomacy be done. I think we have to be a bit optimistic and hopeful.
When you look at the planet, we are at a point where there's so fragile right now. Our relationships and the power that we have at our fingertips so huge that could actually literally affect the planet to a point of no return. So it's time to talk, it's time to collaborate, it's time to really figure this out, because the way that we have done it in the past is no longer valid, because we are so many.
There is this theory that says if everything is just left and everybody just goes and grabs and first come, first served and gold diggers, what will happen is that it will completely spoil the environment forever and ever, meaning no one will enjoy the benefits that it may bring. So that is what is the tragedy of the commons, and to avoid that you have to work together and agree on guidelines and principles of behavior.
At the basic human level, I think we all actually have much more in common. I know we have much more in common, and I just try to focus on those things that we share, how we can work together, what I can learn from so many different cultures and different friends.
When people talk about what's possible in the space industry, I feel like everything's always upside down. that people will say things like, well, it's not possible to share stuff with other nations, but it's totally possible to build an underground bunker on Mars. And it's like, wow, what? How is that? It's incredible. If it is really possible, even theoretically, even eventually, to build an underground bunker on Mars, then it's possible for the US to talk to China. That's got to be possible. So, one of my frustrations with space talk is this, again, weird inversion of what's possible. Yes, of course it's possible.
I think there's a lot of different ways in which, if we had a better understanding of this and how deep space and the cosmos is in all of our cultures, I think we might find new sources of energy and motivation to work towards building the capacity to learn more from the planets and the stars and the cosmos, and even to voyage farther out.
Linda Yelkins-Tanton is fond of saying it takes a species to explore space. And I think that's right on target.
It's going to move exploration forward faster the more we share with each other.
Part of the challenge with learning from the past is that we cannot necessarily change some of the fundamental aspects of who we are as humans and some of the motivations that lead us to explore in the first place. And even though many of it is positive, it is not all positive. And we need to mitigate some of that negativity in a more careful way as we plan for the future.
The risk aversion is a terrible disease. And it goes in my mind right along with people who say, I wish I didn't have to work so hard. Work aversion and risk aversion, I feel like are the same thing. The fact that you have risk that you're able to take and that you have work that you're able to do are both gigantic privileges that give you an opportunity to go somewhere where you are not right now, mentally or physically, or in terms of your creative process. We are going to have to embrace and accept a higher level of risk. And I'm a fan of believing that if the individual understands the risk and embraces it as a privilege, we should let them do it.
Maybe, something to have in the back of our minds is that a great failure would be to not attempt to learn about the universe and to expand human settlement beyond Earth and so on. I think that would perhaps be the greatest failure of all. A failure of curiosity and a failure of enthusiasm and a sense of adventure.
Do you think your species is worth it? You do things with it besides just survive and have a comfortable life. Do something.
We have a lot of work to do, and I do think it's really important because it diverges. Our choices, kind of come to a fork in the road, and how are we going to do exploration? More for peaceful purposes, militaristic options, and financial gain options. And those are, we have to talk about all of them because they're all realities. But I hope we get the mix right.
It's a lot harder to retrofit, unwind, or repair things than it is to do them the right way from the very start. So giving that thought to what's the long-term consequences of the steps I'm about to take, and therefore building that into how I go about doing my exploration is important.
We can have a shared experience. We could also be more careful and learn from past mistakes about exploitation and colonization and even contamination, for instance, when we brought diseases over to the New World.
When I look at history and I look at how we did things, I try and be forgiving. I try and be thoughtful and recognize that we have a certain set of societal rules and expectations and ethos and culture right now, but it's different than it was 100 or 500 or 1,000 or 10,000 years ago. And we tend to think that everybody before us was a little bit stupider than we are. They didn't even have computers. They didn't have communication. They couldn't have been nearly as bright as we are. There's a great arrogance to being alive. But people were exactly the same 1,000 years ago. They just had a different set of tools and a different cultural set of norms. So as the current living group of Homo sapiens, provided now with tools and technology that enable us more than any time in history, I think it has never been more important to try and learn from what those forebears did and said, and the mistakes and the successes that they had, and do as well as we possibly can. We're going to make mistakes too, but maybe by learning from the past, we don't have to make quite so many.
One thing that I think people might not think about immediately when they think of settlement in space, I think it can be quite a strong uniting force amongst all people on Earth. In other words, one of the things that's so remarkable about the International Space Station is even during periods of conflict between countries, there's still cooperation amongst those countries on the space station. When we're on Earth, we sometimes feel a division between people because I'm from one country and you're from another country, and our countries may or may not be getting along. But when we're in space, we're all from the same place.
Apollo Soyuz comes right to mind. We're at the height of the Cold War. Things are not going well, to say the least, between the US and the Soviet Union. And one handshake in space, it was momentous. I mean, it helped bring humanity together, to say we can overcome, some differences and things like that.
We now have technological means to do things that we didn't have before. We have ways to conceptualize resource acquisition in which people on Earth could be freer to be more artistic, freer to be more creative, freer to have more leisure time, more time spent with their families, spent with the planet, because we found a way where we don't have to consume the planet to achieve the things that we want to achieve, because we've built machines and tools and assets that do that off the planet.
As we look across all the planets that we know about in the universe, Mars is one of the planets that is most like Earth. It's kind of our smaller cousin, a little bit further away from the sun, but otherwise more or less the same. A rocky world with an atmosphere that once had lakes, rivers, hydrothermal systems, but yet it's very cold and dry today. And so the question is, why did Earth and Mars grow up to be such different worlds? And what does that say about the preciousness of our own planet, how our own planet works to maintain this beautiful orb of habitats for us? Did Mars ever have life? Does it still? Underground, probably. It's a bit cold and dry at the surface, but underground there are ices and perhaps water. That would be such a huge discovery if there were, but even if there's not, I think this is a planet that we absolutely must understand to understand ourselves.
We've got to worry about these longer term things, like where are we going and where are we headed? What does it all mean? And how are we going to be successful, not just 100 years from now or 10 years from now, but 10,000 years from now?
You have to be realistic. You have to paint the future and what should it be like. As artists, filmmakers, storytellers, writers, plastic artists, architects, what does this future, this positive future, and we can make it.
I keep thinking that the people who first started thinking deeply about these questions, the biggest picture questions, not the technical, were the poets and the philosophers. And in fact, the first English use of the word space appears in line 650 of Book 1 of Milton's Paradise Lost. He says space can contain many worlds. So he envisions this idea that space is the absolute out of which everything arises, including our world, which is not singular, and other worlds.
Art is a way to change your perspective on something, to either give you fully a new perspective, like in the case of a story, or to sort of disturb the way in which you see, so that you see differently after the encounter with whatever piece of art.
The famous photograph of, I think it's called Earthrise. It was taken by astronauts on the moon, and it's of the Earth coming up over the horizon of the moon. Famous photograph that is sometimes credited with starting the whole environmental movement in the United States and elsewhere on Earth. I think that space exploration has historically helped us realize what a special place we have. What an exquisitely beautiful and precious thing our planet is.
I'll give you an example of a shifting worldview where, long ago, we believed that the Earth was the center of the universe, right? And now we know that the Earth and humanity are not, in fact, at the center of the universe. And even though we orbit the sun itself is not also in the center of the universe. And even though our sun orbits the center of the galaxy, of the Milky Way galaxy, our galaxy is not the center of the universe. And so just by knowing you're not the center of the universe, I think can invoke a sense of humility we all could use a little bit more of. So I think that if we really found life elsewhere, then our sense of existence, our sense of centrality, right, would be muted a little bit. And perhaps in some dream world, this humility will translate into treating your neighbor better, treating other countries better, treating the planet better.
I think it is in our nature that we're going to be a multi-planetary species, an interplanetary species, and Mars is the best place to live in the solar system that's not Earth. You can't take off your helmet and breathe, but other than that, it has all of the elements that we need. So making humanity multi-planetary is something that I think is both kind of baked into us, but is also prudent from a societal perspective in terms of having off-world outposts of our culture.
The opportunity of space exploration is to reimagine our place on Earth, to see ourselves more clearly in the complexity of the universe.
Artists have conceptualized stars and asteroids that have never actually been seen except by telescopes. And long before telescopes, they were even conceptualizing things. Poets and writers and dreamers have thought about everything off Earth. And then beginning in the 18th and 19th century, particularly the 19th century, the science fiction writers, conceptualizing us being, an interplanetary species.
The story of the journey from the Earth to the Moon in Jules Verne's book in 1865 is of 3 people leaving from the coast of Florida in a journey that takes 3 days. Essentially the exact same parameters for the original Apollo missions 100 years later in the 1960s.
So what happens in all of these things is that all of the arts, visual arts, the creative arts, the expressive arts, all of them become empowered by our species in its expansion.
I think art is the beginning of everything. The paintings, I always speak about The Ladder to the Moon by George O'Keeffe. I always start my conversations with art, how art has influenced not only me, but most all of us.
Fundamentally, without art, we don't have culture. And I could almost say without art, we don't have humanity, and especially the humane aspects of humanity.
I think this is 2 halves of the same coin.
Often this leads to seeing through other people's eyes. Painting in particular has had a long tradition of genuinely painting from the perspective of somebody else. And so you see quite literally through their eyes. And in space art, this was one of the very important innovations that now, through space art, before we even flew into space, people painted pictures through the eyes of somebody who was off of the Earth. And all of a sudden, that gave a new perspective on what is possible.
We have this extraordinary opportunity at this moment to consider what the effects of our activities are going to be. So if we go there and we don't act in cautious ways, I think that we will make mistakes and we will cause damage that is likely irreversible.
It really is imperative that we feel we're all part of a common narrative. And although we may see it from different points of view, it has to be a collective effort. And I would say much more than a national effort. It needs to be a global effort. And that's a challenge.
No matter how many good ideas one of us has or a group of us has, there's an entire planet full of people here on Earth that have good ideas and skills that I probably don't even understand are valuable because it's a perspective I don't have. And so a world where you assume good intent and you also assume that there are perspectives that you have yet to understand and may never understand, but realize that with those perspectives come solutions, ideas, and important relationships. To do these things alone is just not the way to do it.
The story that we need to tell much better, how space exploration is of course about knowing the unknown and exploring the universe and finding resources, but it's also really an extra dimension. It's an excellent tool for making life on Earth better.
One of the great things I love about being in the space business is that there's space for everyone. Every single kind of skill, every single kind of career that you can think of, there is space in space for that kind of person, that kind of skill set, that kind of experience.
It's not just rocket science. It's not just engineering. It's not just astrophysics. It is politics and economics and social science and psychology and medicine and philosophy and religion and art and so many, many things that's beyond the ability or expertise of any one area of human endeavor.
We cannot fight climate change or even know what's going on with the changes in our climate without using space technology, agriculture, disaster management, telemedicine, health, all these things. There are so many applications of space. So I think that possibilities are so endless that humankind's curiosity and drive to discover that will not stop.
Today, everything that we do, we should put on top of it the survival of species and the planet, because they're key to our survival. We are part of nature. We are not humans here and nature here. We're all one and the same. The system is all interconnected.
It is so vast and we are so tiny and there is so much to be discovered.
And when people live someplace, it should reflect who they are, not just what they need. Why else are we there?
We're only a blink, not even that, in the history of this immense universe. And so having those kind of encounters where we experience that awe, that wonder, I think is really important.
I think space exploration should, in its ideal form, promote humility. And if there is a way that we can be driven by the global good that will come from space exploration and not by the prestige and egos of a few, then I think we'll be well on our way.
Just that faith, really that faith that if we stick together, we could actually survive, we could get this done.
Don't think that this is something that is beyond you. It isn't.
The future is very bright. I think we're going to do it better. We're going to do it better because more people are watching.
Every culture has told space stories. And what is beautiful is that because there are different cultures, they are different stories. They have different values in them. They have different goals. They have different structures. They have different characters. And this provides a richness to how we, as people all around the world, engage with space that you don't get simply from looking at a rocket or a spacecraft or a space launch. That is only one part of the way in which humans engage with space. Personally, my first engagements with space were not through spaceflight. They came from my father telling me the Greek myths and then pointing out that in the heavens there was Orion, and there was Orion's belt, and there is the dog Sirius chasing after him. And I encountered that as a young Canadian, and so for me that has a very winter feel. It's a feel of looking up into the night sky and the stars in the cold and in the still air, and that gives a particular cultural and narrative flavor to my experience of engagement with the heavens. But that will not be the same, obviously, if someone tells exactly the same story in Australia. And for me, that's what's beautiful. That is what I think we need to understand better. I think we need a much deeper understanding and a much broader understanding of the role of space and the heavens and the stars and the planets and the moon and the sun in our culture.
You know why I wanna get back soon. You know why I wanna get back soon.
Thank you for watching. Our story as an interplanetary species is being written faster than ever, and in many ways, it is just beginning. Even if you never leave this planet, it is still your adventure, because every decision related to space shapes our life here on Earth. Throughout the ages, we've seen the courage of a few and the choices of many alter the course of history. The future isn't waiting, but it is calling. As we step toward other worlds, how will you answer?
So I'm going to invite our panelists to join us, Guy, Deva, Tanya, Jim, and in the meantime, can I ask you to scan again the QR code? Can I see it? Yeah, if you could leave that, because I do have a presentation. We would like to receive more answers. Thank you so much for watching. Over the last 2 years, I've been thinking in this question. Why do we explore? Why do all living things explore? Why do we walk? 70,000 years ago, our ancestors left Africa and reached Australia, the Americas, New Zealand, even Antarctica. And just as our ancestors, we now stand on the cusp of crossing worlds, living off the Earth on a space station, sending probes across the solar system, preparing to settle on the moon and beyond. We work, we gather, we create, we develop, and we explore. And everything started as our first engagement with space by doing one thing we all have in common: looking up into the night sky and the stars. But we all agree that the same story is told differently each time. And actually, I've just learned the story of looking up at the sky in Australia. And for me, that is what is beautiful. I started this project with the Interplanetary Initiative in search of probably answers. But then I say maybe new questions. And so with incredible people, including the ones that are sitting in front of you and meeting every 3 weeks with astronaut Chris Hadfield, we explore the conversation and even tried to understand those conversations in forms that were beyond the language. And today we have 4 incredible experts, and what you can see on the screen is actually their answer, but in a different language, a language that probably is common to all of us. It's the language of form. Our participant today will invite us probably to reflect, and I want to start with Dr. Deva Newman, the Apollo Program Professor of Astronautics, because all the time that I met with her, she was insisting on the necessity of exploring for peaceful purposes. So, Deva, how do we explore? Why do we explore?
Thank
when?
you. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Jessica. Yeah, it's amazing. First, everyone, can we give them another round of applause for, I think it was an amazing movie. So, amazing, multiple years of work. And so it's just a privilege to be here with you. And thank you for all the audience. Why do we explore is how I usually start. And it is probably fundamental, I think. And here's my 3 big questions. You know, are we alone in the universe? Likely not. Are there other habitable planets? You know, I have 6,000 exoplanets that we're exploring. 24 of them are really, really interesting. And when we find life elsewhere, and the evidence is mounting. The evidence is mounting from exoplanets coming closer into the solar system. We look at our ocean worlds, moons of the planets in our solar system are amazing places. They're ocean worlds. And when we look for life, carbon-based life, we say follow the water. So we're going to these oceans to take a look what's there. And it's like a chemistry lab, is, candy shop of chemistry, that life, I think, just wants to exist. And Mars gets my bet. It's crazy, it's harsh, it's cold, but we're going there. And we'll probably find past life, as was mentioned in the movie. Earth and Mars, sister ships, 4.5 billion years old each. And life worked out pretty well for us here. Mars, maybe not, but I do have to think that Mars potentially had life or life support systems, and so that's why we're so eager. The big scientific question that propels all of our exploring with rovers, with orbiters, and eventually humans to Mars is to just find that evidence. You'll seek the evidence of life, not because it's way out there, but as was said in the movie so elegantly, because it tells us much more about who we are as a species and our kind of fragile, blue planet, and how we can maybe take care of it by reaching out, but to really look for those inner answers that we have thriving here, hopefully together on Earth.
Thank you, Deva. The reason why I'm here is because I love conversation that actually are always putting me in a difficult situation, and I think that someone yesterday, forgive me, I'm getting a little older, I forget sometimes the things, but someone told me, isn't all this new program and this new life you are doing in Arizona a new way for you to explore? And absolutely, but we are empowered, and Guillermo Trotti, a very famous international recognized architect and industrial designer, actually is the reason why I started probably my next exploration. He founded the program, the first program of space architecture in Houston, SIAA, and he's joining us now at Arizona State University, and we speak many times about the fundamental question. But we have understood how to add a new word. How do we explore, and why do we explore together? Guy, why do we explore together?
Well, I think we have always explored together. There was no single explorer. I mean, there are missions now, exploration missions, but when it comes to us humans exploring the planet, we always did it in groups, small and large. And I think that Hatfield had it right. I mean, it's just innate in us, and we have been doing this for millennia, and the key now is that we're going to places that are not natural to us because we don't have atmospheres. We have a huge amount of radiation that affects us in space. We need to be protected. So it's highly technological to embark in the exploration of space. But at the end of the day, if we're exploring with humans, we're still humans, no matter where we go. So that need, of collaboration, and creating an environment that is, adaptable to work and happiness and flourishing, whether we do it here on the moon, close by to us, or far away on Mars. But essentially, and I think for the next, I imagine, century, if not a couple of centuries, in generations, until we actually create, until humans actually start reproducing outside this planet, we are doing it for the Earth, I think, in many ways. I think everything that we do in terms of space today is about the Earth. Is how do we make life better for us here? What are the lessons that we learned from this exploration that actually enhance and our lives here, as well as protect the planet? So I think that's really the key question right now, is how do we explore these other environments without harming them, learning from the mistakes that we have made during particularly the Industrial Revolution, as we initially innocently and eventually from greed, we have really damaged the planet significantly, and how do we reverse that, and how we do not do that in the future.
I was bringing some of the work that we are doing with our students, but I want to move into the conversation with Dr. Tanya Masson-Zwan, an assistant professor and deputy director of the International Institute of Air and Space Law at Leiden University. I think we met in person today. I think we started initially to meet over Zoom in our conversation. But what is fascinating of the conversation that I still remember is this idea of building the common ground. And you say, it will be tough. It will be hard. But how do we explore? So, Tanya, finding this common ground, what do you see from your perspective and from the research that you're doing for finding this common ground?
Yeah, thank you, Elena, and congratulations again on the movie. I do think that is really the hardest challenge for humanity, to do things together, and especially in the world that we live in today, that is so divided and complicated. And I think it is our duty to, as I said also in the movie, I think, to be positive and to continue to try. If we don't do that, if we are not positive, then we can stop every effort. So I see it as a duty to continue, even though sometimes the United Nations can be criticized because there's no progress and states will never agree on things, and we don't have any new treaty since 1979, and that was like the Moon Agreement that has only 17 states that signed up to it. We still have to continue those discussions in those multilateral fora with states coming together. We still have to think of the International Space Station, where we have had more than 25 years of continued presence of many different states that have been living and working together despite troubles on Earth. And so let us believe in that, and I think therefore it's also important to continue to tell that story, and that's why I also really like the movie that you guys made, because it helps making people aware of how important space is for life on Earth. As you said also, Guy, I think that is really important. Before perhaps we become interplanetary, we should also realize the value of space for life on Earth. And really, we are living in space. We are planet Earth. We are on a planet, right? And so that realization of the Earth-space connectedness, I think, is really essential in our discussions on eventually becoming interplanetary. It may not be in my life, but I'm sure that it will happen. And I agree with everybody who says we have to do it right. Can we do it right? We're not really showing much hope maybe at the moment in the world we live on. But let us continue to try and to strive for that. Otherwise, we can stop everything today.
And what is incredible of being today in this event on the Space Day, on the Common Day, and with all of you, the public, that you are now part of this story. There's no excuse. And people were saying, why do we explore? To find out where they come from and meaning to their lives, the humans. We are built for learning. We are exploring because of our human nature. And we are mainly exploring because we need to understand our past, our present, and our future, because in this idea of developing languages, we do need to understand our cultures. It's not just like Lance was saying, rocket science. It is about philosophy, it is about medicine, it is about culture. Dr. Jim Bell, my friend, and professor of the School of Earth and Space Exploration, Arizona State University, that's probably a job that through this movie I've understood I always wanted to do. My name is Rocky. I think that I always wanted to work with rocks. Jim, welcome. You are in the space business. And one of the things that I will never forget is when you say something that Paolo Nespoliso was repeating, that in space there is space for all. Is that the answer of why we explore, or can you elaborate on that? Because we have an audience that probably can find that space in space.
Absolutely, I believe that. First of all, congratulations on this beautiful film, both of you. And I soak up your passion. It's just beautiful. It's beautiful to see this, and it's beautiful to be optimistic about this, because it's so easy to be pessimistic. It's harder to be optimistic. Let's do hard things, right? No, I believe that space has space for everyone. In fact, I had the pleasure of talking with a group of UNSW students this week, and one of the fellows who was helping to transport us around was he was saying, "Oh, I'm studying law, but I don't know anything about space, and law is not for space law. What is that?" I said, "Did you know that there is space law right now?" And I'm thinking of you. "No, what are you talking about?" And I said, "Well, don't you think that there's treaties and regulations, and don't you think there'll be crime in space eventually, and need lawyers and cops, and the hotels that are up there are going to need chefs and front desk people, and and we need the artists, and we need the performers and the musicians." So amazing to see Chris and Katie doing, performing music in space, right? And talking about the ancient roots of music. I work with many different students at ASU. I teach a class called Space Business and Entrepreneurship. And it's not just, like Lance says, not just rocket scientists. It's not engineers and scientists. There's business people there. There's arts people there. There's marketing people there. There's supply chain people there, right? And the entire spectrum of expertise and interests are going to be required if we take our species into space, because we're not just taking us and a few bodies, we're taking our species. And I just want to just echo one thing that, Tanya, you said in the film. When we go, if we can make it, if we can figure out how to survive in the harshest environments that humans have ever encountered, places like the moon and Mars, asteroids, wherever, that make Antarctica look like a tropical wonderland, right? If we can figure out how to sustain ourselves, live off the land where we can, survive and thrive, all of that technology, maybe not even on purpose, just naturally will make life better on the Earth. Because we need all those skills here too, right? It's a finite resources on this amazing planet that is made for us, that we are made for. And so I'm going to choose to be optimistic, and I'm going to choose to think that the world of space is a big tent. It's a big tent that has lots of room for everybody. And so I hope everybody here will join.
Thank you. A few years ago, I met Jessica Rousset. She's the Executive Director of Strategic Initiative in the Office of the Vice President of Research Knowledge Enterprise at Arizona State University. The time I met her, she was the Executive Director of one very fascinating thing that was titled Interplanetary Initiative. And through the mentorship of all these people that you see, I actually joined this initiative, and we like to think with Jessica that we are now partner in crimes, or in crime, I don't know to say, but I want her to share probably some words and the collection of what you have expressed as you are becoming now part of this panel.
Yes, thank you. I guess I will share that I'm a perfect example, teeing off of what you just said, Jim, of someone who's very new to space, never really considered a career in space. I'm a biochemical engineer by training. My career has been in healthcare and life sciences, and yet I found a home, truly, in this community. It's been incredible, and it also makes me, when I reflect on why we explore, it feels to me that humans have a unique attraction to discomfort and hardship for the purpose of personal growth, for learning about new things about ourselves and to fundamentally evolve as a species that I don't know necessarily exists in the animal kingdom other than humans. And so when you're not part of when you're 20 years in your career, you're comfortably there, and then you take a jump and try something completely new where nothing defines you. It's scary, but we do it. We do it. Why? I don't know. I think that's our sort of fundamental sense of why we explore, is we want to do the scary things because we learn about ourselves and we change and we evolve. But with that, I'm going to shift things over and we're going to throw some questions back down the line, but teeing off of what you all shared in the multiple choice. So I'm going to start with what gives you hope? So let me just find that over here. Okay. So resoundingly, so there were 4 options for those of you that are not on the QR code, and I keep losing it, so just a sec here. All right, so there was the chance of discovering new worlds and ideas, and resoundingly you chose that as what gives you the most hope. And then there was, and this is very annoying, okay, protecting Earth by learning more about it from space, using science and technology to solve big problems, and then bringing people together from all backgrounds. So those were the options, and you all went with the first. So I am going to ask, I'll start with Jim. So many here were inspired by curiosity, right? Seeking new knowledge and uncharted possibilities, whether through science, culture, or art. So where do you see the greatest potential for discovery? And we can all tackle this from different angles. So scientific, social, personal, okay? When humans settle in new worlds. And what impact do you hope these discoveries will have on humanity as a whole? Yeah.
Me first?
Please,
okay.
Please do.
Okay. Surprise, surprise, I'll take the scientific perspective. One of the things that's driving us right now scientifically, globally, is the search for life elsewhere off our planet, right? And as Davis so eloquently pointed out, Mars is probably on the top of that list because it has the combination of the environment and it's close in quotes, easy to get to compared to other places. But there's a half a dozen places just in our solar system that are on that list. And people will be out there in the centuries to come. I'm actually, surprisingly, a little bit more excited about Europa than Mars, right? Liquid water ocean, 2 or 3 times the volume of the Earth's oceans, in contact with a hot silicate crust, just like the ocean floor, volcanoes coming out. Our ocean floor is teeming with life that doesn't know anything about the sun, right? And Europa's been that way for billions of years. So who knows what's swimming in the oceans of Europa today, right? But it's going to take us going there to figure that out. We go there right now through our robotic avatars, and that's been what my career has been focused on, using robotic avatars to project us out there. If anybody ever tells you the robots are exploring space, don't believe them. It's people who are driving the robots, commanding them, coding them, telling them what to do, and they are doing amazing work on our behalf because we can't go out there. But of course we want to go there. We want to go there and study these places and learn and bring the lessons of life on Earth and the formation of life on Earth to those other places and find out, fundamentally, are we alone? Are we alone?
I'm not going to answer that. Yeah, I think we explore probably also to discover ourselves. I really liked in the movie, it was, I think, Chris who said, we have legs and we walk before we even speak. And so I really think that it is innate to humanity to explore. So we should not try to stop it. And so there, I'm speaking as a lawyer, we should not try to forbid using resources in space or settling on the moon or on Mars or whatever. But we should try to make it happen in a coordinated, in a regulated way so that everybody can benefit and that we do not go towards that tragedy of the commons. So the values of humanity have to be preserved, and doing it together, I think, is really the challenge. And I think law and policy and ethical values can really help us as a guide, but inherently it's going to happen.
Can I just ask, do you foresee any legal innovations in the legal world that could change things here on Earth?
Well, I think, there are, of course, continuously developments. I mean, now you see companies doing smart contracting, they're using AI. We will find new ways to maybe make agreements or maybe negotiate in international fora. I'm sure that there will be new legal tools maybe available at our fingertips, and we should also be open to that. And that is technically maybe challenging, but I'm sure that there are possibilities that we should explore to facilitate that making of agreement and finding of consensus, perhaps in addition to what we're doing already.
Do you want to take that question?
Yeah. I'm a little more conservative in terms of how far we should go initially. Being kind of a bit of an explorer or mostly a sailor, I've sailed around the world, just the two of us in a sailboat, and it took me 9 months to get here from Boston, and then completed, another 9 months, right? So I really think that, and if you think of as a sailor, we look at islands, and think about the Polynesians, that were moving from the continent to, and explore all the Pacific islands. They just didn't go out there and look for islands. They saw the first islands. They could see them on the horizon and say, okay, let's try to figure out how to get there. And I think really the moon is our island initially to learn, very close to home, so we could come back. The Polynesians went against the wind to be able to make sure they can come back if something went wrong. So really going against nature as we are, our nature of Earth, we need to be very cautious in many ways. I mean, take risks, but there is so much to learn. I'm talking about the short term, in the next decades, from the moon, to really get the right life support systems, the right structures, the right propulsion, all these things, that then we can be independent, more independent as we go to Mars or Europa. I agree 100%. I'm a water person. I think Europa is a great place to go and explore. So I leave it at that. I really think that there's just so much to do and so much energy. We can see it here. I remember when I was 20 years old, and these meetings were very small in terms of space exploration and what we could do. Look at the amount of people that gathered here this last week in all these businesses and all these industries, the infrastructure, the suppliers and the industry itself. Is massive and getting bigger. It's just like the time of Columbus, after he actually made it, where he thought was the Indies. But after that, there was an explosion of seafaring exploration. And we are now developing the first ships to explore space. And I think humans will and are really spacefaring species. And we will, I think, inhabit many, many of these places that we can see in the telescopes, particularly in the next 100, 200. We talk about millennia of what it took us to explore this planet. I think it's going to take a few hundred years, and even think in millennia, we will be seeding other parts. And I think that's, to me, what has always fascinated me as a young man, a student, to build things, to build architecture that where we can actually have this communion.
So Devo, yeah, where do you think the greatest breakthroughs are going to be? And then we're going to wrap up because we are over time.
I know. Well, so mindful of time, just a few words. And I would definitely reiterate spaces for all. That's critically important, that everyone can see themselves. We need everyone. Again, you don't have to be an engineer scientist. I'm recruiting aerospace engineers, but we need the poets and the philosophers. That makes us all better. So I do see a very bright future, and make sure to send the message, especially to our next generation of explorers, that this is for them. It will be hard, it's cold, it's unforgiving, it's extreme, but I think that's actually why we do it, as mentioned. You push yourself, because just what if we do find life elsewhere? Just what if we get over that horizon, and you can share that. I think that other wisdom that I've heard all week too is that let's learn from the ancient wisdoms. We are new at this, so let's be respectful. And always, I'm so appreciative of through all of the cultures, ancient cultures, they've been looking up to the stars and the moon for forever. Let's ask the right questions about what they see, what they heard, and remember, especially for the moon, it's for all of us. It's for humanity. No matter what culture, what background we come from, we're all looking at the same moon, and I think that's a kind of a beautiful reflection. From the moon, we're all going to look at one humanity here on Spaceship Earth as well.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. I will share that the greatest concern that you all expressed would be not to fail to learn from the past. So definitely the other big message from the film. I wanted to just put a quick sort of call out. This upcoming week is World Space Week, as some of you may know, and so the idea there is for folks all over the world to host events, to connect people to space, and so this film is available for organizations that do want to screen the movie, and we have a whole facilitation guide, and so we want this film to be out there and for different audiences to engage with it, and so contact us to get access to the film. So we want to distribute it. I want to thank everyone. I would love to thank Elena. I'll let you close us out, Elena, but it's been really a pleasure to work with you to bring this film together.
I'm very in tears. I think that, thanks God, everything that we do, we design it. In South Africa, I found someone one day that told me that we design because we desire to do things. The first the first room of architecture, in fact, it's a road, the one that brought us all here. So there is a road out there. If you can support this message, I want to thank you all for being here. I know that there is a community now connected on YouTube. And I want to thank Chris. I know you are there, floating. I know he's following us, but this is just the beginning. Continuerà. Grazie.